Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The first tremor came at dawn, when the crystalline spires of Silverwood Keep caught the earliest rays of sunlight and transformed them into 1,000 dancing rainbows across the elven capital. These rainbow displays had been a daily ritual since the ancient elves had raised the fortress from living trees 10,000 years ago, a spectacle that normally drew gasps of wonder from even the oldest elven observers. But on this morning, as the earth beneath the mighty roots groaned and shifted, the rainbows fractured into chaotic patterns, and the gasps that echoed through the forest city were of fear, not wonder. Lord Arundel stood on the highest balcony of the keep, his ageless face betraying nothing of the concern that gripped his heart as he watched a section of the outer gardens collapse into a newly formed chasm. 3 centuries as High Counselor to the Elven Court had taught him the value of composure, particularly in moments of crisis. His silver hair, bound with ceremonial threads spun from moonlight, whipped about his face as another tremor shuddered through the ancient forest. "The earth pillar weakens," came a voice behind him, barely audible above the creaking protests of the living architecture. Arundel turned to find Queen Melora, her emerald eyes reflecting the same concern he fought to conceal. "The third failure this moon cycle," Arundel confirmed, his melodic voice controlled. "First air, then water, now earth. Only the fire pillar remains stable." The queen moved to stand beside him, her gown of woven leaves and dewdrops catching the fractured light. "The Dwarven Kingdom sends word that their mountain halls suffer worse devastation. Entire mining shafts collapsed, hundreds lost." Arundel's expression darkened. "And I suppose they blame us for their misfortune." "As we blame them for ours," Melora replied, a note of reproach in her gentle voice. "The Council of Crystalline Wisdom points to dwarven excavations beneath the western range. They believe the dwarves have deliberately destabilized the earth pillar to gain access to veins of mithril that lie beneath our forests." "A reasonable conclusion," Arundel said firmly. Unlike many in the court, he had never trusted the stunted folk of the mountains. Their obsession with metals and gems blinded them to the more delicate balances of the world. "Perhaps," the queen conceded. "But King Thorin Thunderforge claims elven weathershapers have tampered with the air pillar, causing windstorms that threaten to tear their aerial forges from the mountain's face." Arundel's hands tightened on the railing of living wood, which responded by curling protectively around his fingers. "Preposterous. Our weathershapers would never—" A third tremor, stronger than the previous 2, interrupted his protest. Below, a chorus of alarmed cries rose from the forest city as ancient trees swayed dangerously. This was no natural earthquake. Arundel could feel the wrongness of it in his bones. The elemental forces that had remained in harmonious balance since the world's creation were now in discord. "Enough," Queen Melora declared, her soft voice suddenly steel. "These accusations solve nothing while our realms crumble. I have corresponded with King Thorin. We have agreed to a joint expedition to the Pinnacle of Elements." Arundel stiffened. The Pinnacle, a legendary temple said to house the physical manifestations of the 4 elemental pillars that sustained the world. Its location had been lost for millennia, known only through ancient texts and fading tapestries. Your Majesty cannot be serious. To place our fate in the hands of dwarven cooperation, I am entirely serious, Lord Arendur, the Queen replied, and you shall represent the elven kingdoms in this endeavor. I? But surely one of our elemental mages. Your knowledge of ancient lore is unparalleled, and your diplomatic skills adequate. A ghost of a smile touched her lips. And besides, your distrust of dwarves will ensure our interests remain protected. Arendur bowed, recognizing the command beneath the Queen's gentle words. And who shall represent the mountain kingdoms? They send their master engineer, one Durin Stonehammer. Arendur couldn't suppress a derisive laugh. The mad inventor, the one whose steam carriage nearly collapsed their eastern tunnels. The very same, Melora confirmed. You depart at dusk. The fate of both our realms depends on what you discover. The rendezvous point was a disputed valley between the elven forests and the dwarven mountains, a stretch of land claimed by both kingdoms, yet inhabited by neither. As Arendur dismounted from his moonshade stag, he spotted the dwarven representative already waiting, surrounded by bizarre contraptions of metal and crystal that gleamed in the fading light. Durin Stonehammer stood barely chest-high to the elven counselor, but the breadth of his shoulders and the thickness of his arms spoke of the legendary dwarven strength. His beard, braided with wires and small gemstones that occasionally sparked with energies, reached almost to his waist. Most remarkable were his eyes, not the typical dwarven brown or amber, but a startling blue that seemed to calculate distances and possibilities with every glance. "You're late, elf," the dwarf grunted, not bothering with formal greetings. Another tremor hit the eastern halls while I waited. 20 more of my kin trapped beneath rubble. Arendur straightened to his full height, letting his elven presence expand in the way that typically made lesser beings step back. I arrived precisely when I intended to, Master Dwarf. The woodland paths grow treacherous as the earth pillar falters. Or perhaps you would prefer I blamed your kind for the difficulties. To his surprise, Durin merely snorted. Save your intimidation for the council chambers. Out here, with the world crumbling around us, I care only for solutions, not blame. Despite himself, Arendur felt a reluctant respect for the directness. Then we are aligned in at least one purpose. You have located the path to the Pinnacle. Durin nodded, gesturing to one of his devices, a complex arrangement of crystals surrounding a central orb filled with swirling mist. The elemental resonator. It detects disturbances in the 4 primal energies. The confluence of all 4 disruptions leads... He pointed toward a distant mountain range, its peaks obscured by unnatural clouds that swirled in patterns too geometric to be natural. There. The Forbidden Ranges. Forbidden for good reason, Arendur murmured. No expedition to those peaks has returned in living memory. Aye, which is why I brought these. Durin patted a collection of strange metal objects with an affectionate pride that Arendur found baffling. Protective devices of my own design. They may not look like much to elven eyes accustomed to prettier things, but they'll keep us breathing when the air turns toxic and walking when the earth rebels. The journey to the Forbidden Ranges would have been impossible for either of them alone. Twice, they encountered chasms that had opened where ancient maps showed solid ground. Durin's mechanical bridge builders spanned the gaps, their clockwork components whirring with precision that even Arendur had to admire. When toxic mists rose from the disturbed earth, the filtering masks the dwarf had crafted allowed them to press forward while lesser beings would have fallen. In turn, Arundur's knowledge of elemental harmonics enabled them to navigate the increasingly unstable terrain. His elven senses detected safe paths where Durin's instruments showed only chaos, and his whispered songs calmed waters that would otherwise have swept them away. By the third day, their mutual disdain had evolved into a grudging respect. By the fifth, as they made camp in the shadow of the tallest peak, they spoke not as elf and dwarf, but as two beings united against a common threat. "We've been followed since yesterday," Arandur said quietly as they huddled near Durin's remarkable flameless heater, shadows moving against the patterns of the night. Durin nodded, unsurprised. "I counted 7 distinct movements, 2 coordinated for wild beasts, yet they have not attacked. Observing perhaps, waiting for us to lead them to the Pinnacle." Arandur's hand moved instinctively to the moon-silver bow across his back. Then they shall be disappointed when we reach it first." The final ascent nearly claimed them both. The very air fought against their progress, lashing them with winds sharp as elven blades. The earth beneath their feet shifted treacherously, forming stairs one moment and crumbling cliffs the next. Only Durin's mechanical climbing assists, and Arandur's lightfoot enchantments kept them from plummeting to certain death. When they finally crested the highest ridge, both stood in awe of what lay before them. The pinnacle of elements was no mere temple, but an entire complex carved into the living mountain. 4 towers, one for each element, surrounded a central dome of such architectural perfection that it seemed impossible it had been crafted by mortal hands. The entire structure pulsed with energies visible even to non-magical eyes, but the pulses were erratic, discordant, like the heartbeat of a dying giant. "By the Forge, Father," Durin breathed. "It's more magnificent than the ancient texts described, and more damaged," Arandur added grimly, pointing to the western tower, Air, which had partially collapsed, and the northern tower, Earth, where great cracks zigzagged through stone that should have been impervious to time. As they approached the central dome, the source of the disruption became horrifyingly clear. In the vast, circular chamber beneath the dome, where the energies of the 4 elements should have converged in perfect harmony, stood a monstrosity of metal, stone, crystal, and flame. A towering golem whose body incorporated aspects of all 4 elements in grotesque combination. "The primordial golem," Arandur whispered, recognizing the abomination from ancient warnings. "A weapon from the War of the First Days. It should have been destroyed millennia ago." The golem's eyes, if the swirling vortices of elemental energy in its misshapen head could be called eyes, fixed upon the intruders. Its voice, when it spoke, was the sound of mountains grinding against each other, of hurricanes tearing through forests, of oceans swallowing continents, of infernos consuming worlds. The pillars fall, the old orders die. The true masters return. Before either could respond, movement from the shadows revealed they were no longer alone. Figures emerged, neither elf nor dwarf, but bearing features of both races combined in ways that marked them as outcasts from both societies. Their leader stepped forward, a tall woman with the graceful build of an elf, but the robust strength and distinctive nose of dwarven heritage. "Udaim Lyria, Shadestone of the Brotherhood of Shadows," she announced, her voice echoing strangely in the chamber. "And you have walked into a trap millennia in the making." "The Brotherhood," Durin growled, "half-breeds and exiles." "Those your pure societies rejected," Lyria corrected coldly, "cast out for the crime of mixed blood. For generations, we have waited in the spaces between your kingdoms, building our strength, preserving knowledge both races were too proud to share." Arandur's mind raced. Connecting ancient legends with present danger, you awakened the golem. "You're destabilizing the pillars." "Not destabilizing," Lyria corrected, "redirecting their power. When the pillars fall completely, the golem will absorb their essence. With it, we will forge a new kingdom where none shall be judged by the purity of their bloodline. You'll destroy the world in the process, Durin protested. The pillars don't just protect our kingdoms, they maintain the fundamental balance of all existence. For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Lyria's face. That is not what our texts foretold. Because your texts are incomplete, Arendur said, seizing the moment of doubt. Just as our knowledge is incomplete without dwarven wisdom and theirs without elven insight, this is the tragedy that has brought us here. Not our differences, but our refusal to recognize how we complete each other. The chamber trembled as another pillar water began to falter. In the distance, they could hear the roar of tsunamis rising, of rivers changing course, of life-giving waters turning destructive. There is one way to restore balance, Arendur continued, addressing Lyria directly. The amulet of equilibrium. I believe your people have preserved it. Lyria's hand moved instinctively to a pendant half hidden beneath her clothing. A disc divided into quadrants, each representing one element, the sacred relic of our founding. It cannot possibly. It was created to control the golem, Durin interrupted, his inventor's eyes recognizing the patterns in the amulet's design, to command it to restore rather than destroy. Another tremor, stronger than before, shook the pinnacle to its foundations. The decision point had arrived. In that moment of crisis, three representatives of peoples who had distrusted each other for millennia exchanged glances of understanding. Lyria removed the amulet and held it toward the golem, her voice lifting in a chant that combined elven melody with dwarven rhythm. Arendur and Duran joined, their voices weaving together in harmony that mirrored the balance the pillars themselves sought to maintain. The golem resisted at first, its elements raging against the command, but as the chant strengthened, as three became one voice, its struggles weakened. The amulet glowed with increasing brilliance until its light outshone even the elemental energies of the pinnacle itself. With a sound like the world exhaling after holding its breath too long, the golem's form began to dissolve, its components flowing back toward the damaged pillars, repairing, restoring, rebalancing. The tremors subsided, the unnatural storms calmed, the waters retreated. As dawn broke over the pinnacle of elements, three figures stood in contemplation of what they had nearly lost and what they might yet build together. Not as elf, dwarf, and half-breed, but as guardians of a world too complex for any single perspective to fully comprehend. We return to our kingdoms with more than we sought, Arendur observed, watching the sunrise illuminate the restored towers. Aye, Durin agreed, his mechanical contraptions packed away, his blue eyes thoughtful. Knowledge always was the greatest treasure. Lyria's smile held centuries of pain, but also newfound hope. Perhaps the time has come for the spaces between kingdoms to become bridges rather than divides. Together, they began the descent from the pinnacle, carrying with them the seeds of a new understanding, one that might, with proper tending, grow into something stronger and more enduring than the ancient hatred it would replace. Story 2. The three moons of Eldervale hung like pearls of ivory, amber and sapphire against the velvet darkness, their celestial dance culminating in a convergence that occurred but once a millennium. In the hallowed chambers of Silver Mist Tower, where the ancient elven weavers had tended to the tapestry of destinies since time immemorial. Grand Weaver, Elysia's fingers trembled as she beheld the impossible. A thread, shimmering with the essence of countless lives and places, simply dissolved beneath her touch, leaving a void in the intricate pattern that had recorded and guided the fate of all realms. Impossible, she whispered, her voice like autumn leaves in the wind. Yet even as the word left her lips, another thread unraveled, and then another, the tapestry's magic releasing haunting melodies as its carefully woven patterns began to disintegrate. Far to the east, in the mountain city of Thandol, dwarven craftsmen sang their stone songs as they had for centuries, their hammers striking ancient rhythms against the enchanted metals of their forge. Prince Drogar Stoneheart, heir to the throne of 7 Peaks, stood atop the grand balcony overlooking the tiered city carved into the living mountain. His eyes, amber-like forge fire, narrowed as an inexplicable chill crept along his spine. The chill became a shudder, and the shudder became terror as the western districts of Thandol, the entirety of the Copper Guild Quarter with its thousands of inhabitants, simply vanished before his eyes, not destroyed or collapsed, but erased, leaving smooth, untouched stone as if the streets, homes, and workshops had never existed at all. More disturbing still was the reaction of those around him. The royal advisors continued their discussions of trade routes and mining rights, never once acknowledging the catastrophe. When Drogar seized his father's steward by the shoulders and demanded to know if he saw what had happened, the old dwarf's eyes clouded with confusion. "What Copper Guild Quarter, my prince?" Thandol has 5 districts as it has always had. That night, as panic and certainty warred within him, Drogar withdrew to his private library. The leather-bound tomes of forbidden knowledge that he had collected in secret over decades offered no immediate answers, but they whispered of one who might help, his former mentor, the Archmage Seraphine, who dwelled in the neutral territories between the elven forests and dwarven mountains. 3 days later, having slipped away from the palace under cover of darkness, Drogar stood before the enchanted willow tree that concealed Seraphine's sanctuary. The Archmage had not aged a day since she had tutored him in the arcane arts decades ago. Her silver hair still framing a face of ageless beauty, though her eyes carried the weight of centuries. "The tapestry unravels," she confirmed after hearing his tale, her fingers tracing patterns in the air that shimmered with arcane light. "I feared this day would come. The alignment of the 3 moons has weakened the barriers between realities, allowing the entity known as the unmemorable to begin its work." "What manner of creature is this unmemorable?" Drogar asked, his hand instinctively moving to the rune blade at his belt. "Not a creature, but an embodiment of cosmic chaos, a being that exists between dimensions, seeking to unravel reality itself to create a gateway between worlds. It feeds on memory and existence, erasing them from the tapestry of destinies." Seraphine led him to a chamber where water flowed upward into a basin suspended from the ceiling. Within its crystalline depths, images formed, the tapestry housed in Silver Mist Tower, its once vibrant threads now dull and disintegrating. If the unraveling continues, entire kingdoms will be erased from existence and memory, Seraphine explained. "The only hope lies in the primordial looms, the 3 sacred artifacts used by the ancestors of both our peoples to weave the original tapestry. With them, we might be able to repair the damage and seal the unmemorable away once more." "Where are these looms?" Drogar demanded, his voice rough with urgency. "Hidden in 3 sanctuaries at the far corners of the world, each guarded by ancient powers, corrupted by time and forgetfulness. The journey will be perilous, and success uncertain. I carry the blood of mountain kings," Drogar declared, his beard braided with rune-inscribed beads that glinted in the ethereal light. "Uncertainty has never deterred my people." The first sanctuary lay beneath the Whispering Sea, in caverns that had not felt mortal footsteps for millennia. Drogar and Seraphine descended in a magical sphere that parted the azure waters, revealing the luminescent coral formations that marked the entrance to the Temple of Tides. The guardian came upon them as they reached the inner sanctum, a colossal serpent with scales that rippled between translucence and obsidian. Once the noble keeper of oceanic memories, the serpent had been twisted by isolation and the unmemorable's distant influence into a creature of mindless rage. "Erelath, guardian of the deep," Seraphine called out, her voice amplified by magic. "We come seeking the loom of fluidity to save the tapestry of destinies." The serpent's response was a roar that shook the ancient pillars, sending cascades of crystal dust raining down upon them. As it lunged, Drogar raised his rune blade, the dwarven enchantments blazing to life, but Seraphine stayed his hand. "Not with steel," she cautioned. "Erelath responds to memory and song." Drawing upon the teachings of his elven mentor, Drogar sheathed his weapon and instead produced a small bone flute. The melody that emerged was an ancient dwarven mining song, one sung in the depths where water and stone met in eternal dialogue. The serpent's assault faltered, its sinuous body swaying as the music awakened memories long forgotten. When the last note faded, Erelath bowed its massive head, scales glistening with what might have been tears, and revealed the loom of fluidity, a construct of living coral and liquid crystal that hummed with power. The second sanctuary awaited them in the scorched barrens, where the earth itself burned with perpetual flame. The loom of permanence was guarded by Pyromus, once a phoenix of unparalleled splendor, now a creature of ash and ember, barely remembering its original purpose. Here, it was Seraphine who faced the challenge, weaving spells of remembrance that coaxed the dying embers of the Guardian into renewed flame. As Pyromus's magnificent form was restored, the phoenix bestowed upon them the loom, its framework crafted from its own immortal fire. The final sanctuary, the Citadel of Echoes, loomed before them like a spire of mirrored glass rising from the Frostpeak Mountains. Within its ever-shifting halls dwelled Menemora, the keeper of reflections, who challenged all who entered to face the truth of their own existence. As they navigated the labyrinthine corridors, reflections of past and future surrounded them, moments of triumph and despair playing out across countless mirrored surfaces. For Seraphine, they showed ancient wars and the heavy burden of decisions that had shaped nations. For Drogar, however, the reflections revealed something far more disturbing, scenes from a life he had never lived, in a reality that felt simultaneously alien and intimately familiar. In one, he wore elven garb and wielded magic with effortless grace. In another, he existed as neither dwarf nor elf, but something in between, shunned by both peoples. "Mew, what trickery is this?" he demanded, his voice echoing strangely in the crystalline chamber. "Not trickery, but truth," came a voice like the chiming of countless tiny bells. Menemora materialized before them, a being of pure light, shaped in vaguely humanoid form. "You seek the loom of origin, Prince Drogar Stoneheart, or should I say Drogar the Unwritten?" "Speak plainly, Guardian," Drogar growled, though dread pooled in his stomach. "You are a thread that was never meant to be woven into the tapestry, a paradox born of both elven and dwarven blood, in an age when such unions were forbidden. Your existence was erased from the pattern, yet somehow you persisted, a living contradiction that the tapestry could not fully expunge." The revelation struck Drogar like a physical blow. Impossible. "I am the son of King Thrain Stoneheart." "You are a memory-given form," Nemora corrected gently. "The unmemorable seeks you, for you are the flaw in the tapestry that allowed it entry into this realm." Seraphine placed a comforting hand on Drogar's shoulder. "I suspected this truth since you first came to me as a young prince, with an inexplicable affinity for elven magic. I chose to guide you rather than reveal a truth for which you were not ready." "And now," Drogar asked, his voice hollow, Now you understand why you alone could sense the unraveling, why you alone remembered what others forgot, Menemora explained. Wasildun, the loom of origin can repair the tapestry, but the paradox of your existence must be resolved. With the 3 looms assembled at Silvermist Tower, the Grand Weavers worked feverishly to repair the damage to the tapestry. Yet even as threads were restored and patterns re-established, the presence of the unmemorable grew stronger, a void of nothingness that threatened to consume the entire chamber. "Then the gateway forms, despite our efforts," Seraphine warned, arcane energies crackling around her outstretched hands as she maintained a barrier against the encroaching void. The paradox remains unresolved. Drogar stood before the partially restored tapestry, seeing with new eyes the subtle flaws in its pattern, flaws that mirrored the contradictions of his own existence. In that moment, understanding dawned with perfect clarity. "I know what must be done," he said quietly, removing the crown that marked him as heir to the dwarven throne. A thread that should not exist must return to the void. Before Seraphine could protest, Drogar stepped forward, pressing his palm against the tapestry. His form began to shimmer, becoming translucent as his essence flowed into the ancient weaving. Where his fingers touched, the pattern glowed with renewed strength, the paradox of his existence becoming the very bindings that sealed the breach between dimensions. "Remember me," he whispered, his voice already fading as his physical form dissolved into threads of light. "Remember all of us who were never supposed to be." As the last trace of Drogar vanished, the unmemorable's presence retreated, its gateway collapsing as the tapestry's patterns reasserted their authority over reality. The Copperguild quarter of Thandol reappeared as if it had never been gone, its inhabitants unaware of their brief removal from existence. In the halls of the Mountain Kings, no one remembered Prince Drogar Stoneheart, for in the restored pattern of the tapestry, he had never existed. Yet in a small addition to the vast weaving, carefully crafted by Seraphine's own hands, a new thread appeared, golden like forge fire, resilient like mountain stone, yet flowing like elven magic, commemorating not a person, but an idea, that some paradoxes are worth preserving and some memories transcend even destiny itself. Story 3. The halls of Khazad-mor had never known such silence. Where hammers once rang against mithril and gold, where dwarven songs echoed through carved chambers glittering with embedded gems, now only stillness reigned. The vast network of mines that had been the pride of the dwarven kingdom for 7 centuries had fallen eerily quiet 3 days after the discovery of a sealed door in the deepest level. A door adorned with runes so ancient that even the oldest loremasters could not decipher them. Curiosity, that eternal companion of the dwarven spirit, had prevailed over caution. The door had been opened, and now the silence stretched from the abandoned upper galleries all the way to the surface settlement, a silence punctuated only by the occasional creak of empty mine carts and the soft drip of water from stalactites that had witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations. In the Silver Forest, 3 days' journey to the west, Elindra Moonwhisper knelt before the sacred pool, her slender fingers trembling as they traced the surface of the shimmering water. The elven priestess had been conducting her monthly communion with the ancient spirits when the visions had come, unbidden and violent, tearing through her consciousness like winter lightning. She had seen dwarven faces contorted in terror, had heard their screams echo through stone passages, had witnessed something ancient and terrible rising from depths where even darkness feared to dwell. "The balance shifts," she whispered to Archdruid Thalion, her mentor and leader of the Silver Circle. "And as something awakens in Khazad-mor that should have remained forgotten." Thalion's face, weathered by 4,000 years of guarding the forest's secrets, remained impassive. The dwarves' troubles are their own, Elindra. We sealed the ancient accords after their betrayal in the War of Twisted Roots. Their minds and what lurks within them are no concern of the Silver Forest. But Elindra had seen more than just dwarven suffering. In her vision, tendrils of malevolent energy had reached beyond the mountains, seeking, hungry, first for the dwarves, then for all living things. This threat knows no boundaries, Archdruid. I must go to them. The Council will not sanction this, Thalion warned, aged eyes filled with concern that transcended the old hatreds. Elindra rose, her silver-white robes catching the dappled light filtering through the ancient canopy. Then I go without sanction. The journey to Khazad Mor passed in a blur of ancient forest paths and rocky highlands. 3 times, Elindra sent messengers, swift forest birds carrying words of warning to the dwarven outposts. None returned. By the time she crested the final ridge overlooking the mountain kingdom, dread had settled into her bones like winter frost. The great gates stood open, the first ill omen. No dwarf would leave their stronghold unsealed, not even in times of peace. The second ill omen came in the form of emptiness. No guards patrolled the ramparts. No merchants hawked their wares in the outer courtyard. No smoke rose from the multitude of forges that usually burned day and night. Drawing her moon-silver cloak tighter around her shoulders, Elindra descended the winding path toward the abandoned settlement. Her elven senses, attuned to the whispers of spirits and the currents of life force, detected nothing. Not death, but absence, as if the very essence of the dwarves who had lived here had been stripped away, leaving not even echoes behind. In the great hall of Khazad Mor, with its vaulted ceiling supported by columns carved to resemble ancient dwarven heroes, Elindra found her first sign of life, if it could be called that. A dwarf sat motionless at a long table, his hands resting on an open logbook, his eyes fixed on the far wall. He neither moved nor acknowledged her presence as she approached, though his chest rose and fell with shallow breaths. "Dwarf of Khazad Mor," she called, her melodic voice sounding too bright in the oppressive silence. "I am Elindra of the Silver Forest. I come seeking answers." For a long moment she thought he would remain as still as the stone, his people so revered. Then, slowly, his head turned toward her. His eyes were not the vibrant amber or deep brown of dwarven kind, but milky white, with only the faintest hint of iris remaining. When he spoke, his voice rasped like metal scraping stone. "You should not have come, elf. The hunger knows you are here now." A chill ran down Elindra's spine. "And who are you? What has happened to this place?" "Thrain Ironfoot," he replied, his voice gaining strength as if remembering how to form words. "Master miner of the Eastern Deep, last son of Khazad Mor, with mind enough to warn you, flee while your soul remains your own." Elindra moved closer, her trained eyes examining the dwarf. His life energy flickered weakly, like a candle nearly depleted of wax. "Tell me what you found behind the sealed door. Thrain Ironfoot, tell me what emptied these halls." Thrain's laugh held no mirth, only the hollow echo of despair. "Gold. We found gold beyond imagining, veins thick as my arm, pure and untouched. And below it, in a chamber older than our reckoning, we found it." His gnarled hands, calloused from centuries of wielding pickaxe and hammer, trembled as he pushed the logbook toward her. With a soul devourer, ancient texts spoke of such creatures, beings that fed not on flesh, but on essence. We thought them myths to frighten children. Elindra's fingers traced the final entry in the logbook, written in a hand that grew increasingly frantic with each line. The golden chamber contains a pool of liquid darkness. Foreman Durin approached to test its properties. The darkness moved. It took him. Not his body, that still walks among us, but everything else. His memories, his laughter, his fear, gone. Now it spreads through the lower minds. Those it takes become its vessels. They appear as our friends and kin, but their eyes are empty and their souls devoured. How did you escape its grasp? Elindra asked, sensing something unusual about the dwarf's aura. Damaged, yes, but protected somehow. Thrain reached beneath his beard and withdrew a small amulet, its surface etched with runes that seemed to shift and change as she looked at them. The seal of Moradrim. My grandfather was lawkeeper before the Great Collapse. He warned that one day the deep would yield secrets best left buried. This amulet shields me, but its power wanes. Soon, I too will join the empty ones. Elindra knelt beside him, her silver eyes searching his clouded ones. Ye, this soul devourer, can it be fought? Can it be contained once more? There is one way, Thrain said, his voice dropping to a whisper. The crystal of Lumenthir, split between our peoples as a symbol of the alliance that ended the First Shadow War, half kept in the dwarven treasury, half in the keeping of the elven high priestess. United, it could bind the creature once more. The crystal of Lumenthir, Elindra had seen it only once, when she had completed her initiation into the highest circle of priestesses. A shard of pure, crystallized light, said to have been formed when the first stars appeared in the heavens. Its other half had gone to the dwarves as a symbol of trust, a trust later betrayed when dwarven axes had felled the sacred elder trees of the western groves. The dwarven half, where would it be kept? She asked. Treasury vault, central chamber, north of here. But beware, the empty ones will protect the devourer. They serve its hunger now. As if summoned by his words, the great doors of the hall swung open. A dozen dwarves entered, their movements too synchronized, too fluid for the normally stocky, independent race. Their eyes, like Thrain's, had lost all color and life. The hunger has found us, Thrain whispered, struggling to his feet. Go, elf, find the crystal half. I will delay them. Come with me, Elindra urged, but Thrain shook his head. My path ends here. Perhaps in my final act, I might reclaim a dwarf's honor. He drew an axe from beneath the table, its edge gleaming with runes of power. Besides, they will not kill me. The hunger needs vessels intact. Elindra hesitated, then pressed her hand to her heart in the ancient gesture of respect. May the light of the first trees guide you, Thrain Ironfoot, and may the stone remember your courage. Elindra of the Silver Forest, he replied, raising his axe as the empty ones advanced. The treasury vault of Khazad-Mor rivaled any wonder Elindra had seen in her 300 years. Gold and gems beyond counting spilled from open chests, while artifacts of power, forged in an age when dwarven mastery of metal and magic had reached its zenith, lined the walls in gleaming display. But it was the central pedestal that drew her eye, a column of black marble upon which rested a crystal unlike any other. Even in the dimness of the abandoned vault, it shimmered with inner light, pulsing like a heartbeat. Half of the legendary crystal of Lumenthir, waiting to be reunited with its counterpart. As her fingers closed around it, a voice spoke from the shadows, a voice that seemed to emanate not from a throat, but from the very air itself. So bright your soul burns, daughter of the Silver Forest, so rich with memories and emotions, a feast beyond compare. Elindra turned slowly, her free hand moving to the ceremonial dagger at her belt. In the far corner of the vault, darkness pooled and shifted, taking on a vaguely humanoid shape. not solid, but a writhing mass of shadows with only the suggestion of limbs and a head. Soul Devourer, she named it, her voice steadier than she felt. You will feast no more. The darkness rippled in what might have been laughter. I have consumed hundreds of dwarven souls, priestess. Their knowledge is mine. Their memories are mine. I know of the crystal you hold. I know of its twin. I know it cannot bind me unless both halves are united by one who knows the ancient words of sealing. Then you know why I have come, Elindra replied, drawing the matching half of the crystal from a pouch at her side. The two pieces called to each other, their light intensifying as they drew near. The Devourer's form expanded, tendrils of darkness stretching toward her. The ritual requires time, elf. Time you do not have. Behind the creature, silent figures appeared, the empty ones, dozens now, their soulless eyes fixed upon her. Among them stood Thrain, his axe gone, his expression vacant. The amulet that had protected him lay shattered on the ground. Elindra's heart sank, but her resolve hardened. Raising both halves of the crystal, she began to chant in the ancient tongue, words passed down through generations of high priestesses, never to be spoken aloud except in direst need. The empty ones surged forward at some unheard command from their master. With one fluid motion, Elindra cast a circle of protection around herself, not the impenetrable barriers taught by the battle mages, but a priestess's circle, designed not to keep enemies out, but to channel and amplify spiritual energy. The first empty one touched the circle and froze. Then, astonishingly, a wisp of light emerged from the Devourer and returned to the dwarf, whose eyes flickered momentarily with awareness. Impossible! The Devourer hissed, its form contracting in what appeared to be pain. Understanding dawned on Elindra as she continued the chant. The crystal was not merely a binding agent, it was a conduit, a bridge between the consumed souls and their rightful vessels. The Soul Devourer had not destroyed the essences it consumed, it had merely imprisoned them within itself. As her chant reached its crescendo, Elindra brought the two halves of the crystal together. Light erupted between them, so bright that even she, accustomed to the radiance of elven magic, had to shield her eyes. The crystal halves fused, becoming a perfect sphere of living light. The Devourer shrieked, a sound that existed not in the air but in the mind, a psychic wail of rage and fear. Its darkness began to unravel, threads of shadow giving way to streams of luminescent essence that flowed back to the empty ones. One by one, the dwarves collapsed to the ground, their bodies convulsing as their souls returned. The Devourer's form grew smaller, more defined, until finally it resembled not a nightmare of shadow, but a small, hunched figure of deepest obsidian. When the light faded, Elindra found herself holding not the crystal of Lumenthir, but a globe of swirling mist within which a tiny shadow remained trapped. And all around her, dwarves were awakening, confusion and horror in their eyes as they remembered what they had become. Thrain was the first to rise, his gaze once more the warm amber of dwarven kind. Elindra of the Silver Forest, he said, his voice rough with emotion. You have saved Khazad Mor. She looked down at the globe in her hands, at the diminished form of the ancient horror now contained within. Not destroyed, she cautioned. Contained, and at a cost neither of our peoples anticipated. For the crystal of Lumenthir, the ancient symbol of alliance between elves and dwarves, was no more. In its place, a prison of light and shadow that would require eternal vigilance. Then let it mark a new beginning, Thrain declared, looking around at his awakening kin. Let the orb of containment be kept neither by dwarf nor elf alone, but in a sanctuary built by both our peoples, where it may remind us that some threats transcend old hatreds. Elindra gazed into the orb, sensing the ancient malevolence still aware within its prison. The soul devourer would wait patiently for its chance to escape, for time meant nothing to a being so old. But perhaps, she thought, in containing this evil together, elves and dwarves might forge a bond stronger than any crystal, a bond of shared purpose that could withstand the tests of time and memory. So be it, she agreed, holding the orb between them. A new alliance, forged in shadow but sustained by light. Around them, the halls of Khazad-mor seemed to exhale as if the mountain itself approved of their pact. And far below, the sealed chamber with its pool of darkness remained, a reminder that some depths, despite their golden promises, were best left unexplored. Story 4. The crimson mist descended upon the Iron Mountain at dawn, swirling around its jagged peaks like ethereal blood. Those who witnessed it, mostly dwarven sentries standing watch along the ancient battlements, felt their hearts grow heavy with ancient dread. For thousands of years, the prophecy had lingered in the sacred texts of both dwarf and elf alike. When the mist of crimson shrouds the mountain throne, the crown shall fall, and darkness long imprisoned shall walk once more. Inside the mountain's vast central chamber, known as the Hall of Echoing Glory, the prophecy fulfilled itself with terrifying precision. King Thorgan Ironfist, ruler of the largest of the Seven Kingdoms, lay sprawled across the steps, leading to his legendary throne. The monarch's mighty battle axe remained sheathed at his side, unused in his final moments. His eyes, once as sharp and gleaming as the sapphires that studded his kingdom's deepest mines, stared sightlessly at the vaulted ceiling above. Most telling of all, the crown of the Seven Kingdoms, an artifact of such power and significance that its existence had maintained peace for a millennium, was missing from his brow. Word spread like wildfire through the interconnected realms. Within hours, the elven kingdoms to the east had sealed their enchanted forest borders. The dwarven clans of the western ranges had begun mobilizing their mechanized warforges. By nightfall, emissaries from all seven kingdoms converged upon the Iron Mountain, their faces grim with suspicion and fear. War, it seemed, was inevitable. Far from this gathering storm, in the tranquil Silverglade Library, nestled within the heart of the elven kingdom of Lunathal, young Lyrea bent over an ancient scroll. Unlike the other elven scholars who surrounded her, with their flowing robes and regal bearing, Lyrea preferred practical leather bindings to secure her auburn hair and wore a scribe's apron stained with ink and dust. Her emerald eyes narrowed as she translated the faded text, her fingers tracing symbols that had not been written in living memory. "Impossible," she whispered, reaching the passage that spoke of the crimson mist. Unlike the common version known throughout the realms, this older text continued beyond the familiar words. The Shadow Lord Vorkanth, imprisoned by the Seven at the dawn of creation, shall seek the crown to unmake what was made. Only the blood of those who bound him may find the key of destiny to seal his darkness once more. Lyrea's hand trembled slightly as she read further. According to this text, the Crown Guardians, a mystical order that had reportedly died out centuries ago, had hidden 7 fragments of the Destiny Key throughout the most dangerous corners of the world. Only when united could these fragments form the artifact capable of defeating Vorkanth. A sharp knock on the library's crystal doors startled her from her research. Master Archivist Thalindril entered with uncharacteristic haste, his ancient face lined with worry. "Lyrea, you must come quickly. The High Council summons you." "Me?" She blinked in surprise. "Why would the High Council—" "The King of Iron Mountain is dead," Thalindril interrupted, his voice barely above a whisper. "The crown of the Seven Kingdoms is missing, and the crimson mist has appeared. The council chamber of Lunathel gleamed with living light, its walls formed from trees that had been coaxed through elven magic to grow in perfect harmony, their branches intertwining to create a domed ceiling through which the stars were visible. 12 elven elders sat in a semicircle, their ageless faces grave. Before them stood a figure that made Lyraea's breath catch in her throat, a dwarf, his wrists bound in silvery chains, his proud stance unbroken despite his captivity. "Commander Grimlock Stonehammer," announced Elder Cylindra, her voice sharp with accusation. "Found fleeing from the scene of King Thorgun's murder, the blood of the Mountain King still fresh upon his axe." The dwarf's laugh was as harsh as grinding stone. "I fled nothing. I pursued the true killer, a shadow that moved like smoke through solid rock. My axe bears Thorgun's blood because I tried to defend him." "A convenient tale," another elder remarked coldly. "It is the truth," Grimlock growled, his dark eyes scanning the chamber until they landed on Lyraea. Something in his gaze shifted, recognition, perhaps, though she was certain they had never met. Elder Cylindra turned to Lyraea. "We have summoned you for a reason, young one. Your blood, though you may not know it, carries the legacy of the Crown Guardians. You are the last." The revelation struck Lyraea like physical blow. She had always known her parents had died when she was an infant, raised instead by the scholars of Silverglade, but to learn she descended from a legendary order. "The ancient texts in my care," she said, finding her voice. "They speak of the Shadow Lord Vorkanth. I believe his release is the true meaning behind the Crimson Mist, not war between our peoples." A murmur ran through the council as Lyraea described what she had discovered. When she mentioned the Destiny Key and its 7 fragments, Grimlock's chains rattled as he stepped forward. "The dwarf runes on King Thorgun's chamber walls," he interjected. "Before his body was discovered, I saw them change." They formed a map to what the king called the first fragment. The council descended into heated debate. Some argued for immediate war preparations, believing Grimlock's tale to be dwarven trickery. Others counseled investigation of Lyraea's claims. In the end, a reluctant compromise emerged. Lyraea would be permitted to seek the fragments, but Grimlock would accompany her, both as guide and prisoner. If their quest failed, war would commence. As they departed Lunathel the following dawn, an unlikely pair on an impossible mission, neither spoke of the unspoken truth that haunted them. No elf and dwarf had willingly cooperated in living memory. The wounds between their peoples ran too deep, the mistrust too ingrained. The first fragment lay within the Whispering Caverns, a network of crystalline caves beneath the Weeping Mountain where sound itself behaved according to alien rules. As they descended into its depths, following the map Grimlock had memorized, the walls around them began to whisper with the voices of those long dead. "Ignore them," Grimlock advised, his deep voice unusually gentle as he noted Lyraea's distress. "The crystals capture echoes from across time. They cannot harm us, unlike what guards the fragment." The Guardian materialized before they reached the central chamber, a spectral knight whose armor was formed from thousands of crystal shards that chimed with haunting melody as it moved. Its hollow helm turned toward them, and a voice like shattered glass issued forth. "Who seeks the fragment of whispers must prove their harmony," it proclaimed, drawing a sword of pure sound. "Divided hearts shall perish in discord." What followed tested more than their combat skills. The knight attacked not their bodies but the discord between them, each blow manifesting their suspicions and prejudices as painful sonic bursts. Only when Lyraea's elven magic harmonized with Grimlock's dwarven battle chants did they finally overcome the Guardian, revealing the first fragment, a crystalline shard that hummed with inner power. As they recovered from the battle, Grimlock's gruff demeanor softened. "You fought well, elf. Perhaps the legends of crowned guardians aren't mere fireside tales after all. And perhaps dwarven honor isn't just a contradiction in terms," Laria replied with the hint of a smile. Their journey to collect the remaining fragments led them through landscapes of breathtaking wonder and terrifying danger. The floating isles of Erimar, where gravity shifted with the wind. The molten forge of Khazad-dûrn, where rivers of liquid metal formed intricate patterns of prophecy. The frozen library of Boreal, where knowledge itself crystallized into physical form. The living desert of Ashkar, where every grain of sand contained a forgotten memory. The submerged spires of Thalassian, where water breathed and fish flew. And finally, the inverted tower of Voidreach, where reality itself seemed to fold inward upon impossible geometries. Each fragment revealed more of the truth, and with each victory, the bond between the unlikely companions deepened from grudging respect to genuine trust. Yet shadows dogged their path. Twice they encountered creatures of living darkness that could only be Vorkanth's servants. The third encounter nearly proved fatal, leaving Grimlock with a wound that refused to heal, and Lyria with nightmares that invaded her waking hours. As they recovered in a rare moment of safety, sheltered within an ancient way shrine that recognized Lyria's guardian blood, Grimlock finally spoke of the moment he had found King Thorgan. "He wasn't dead, not truly, when I reached him," the dwarf commander admitted, his voice rough with emotion. "He spoke to me, told me to find you, said the crown wasn't what we believed, that it contained..." He hesitated. "Contained what?" Lyria pressed. "Vorkanth himself. The Shadow Lord was never imprisoned elsewhere. The Seven Kingdoms bound him within the crown, used his own power to maintain peace among the realms. That's why he needed Thorgan dead. A king's lifeblood could temporarily break the binding." Lyria's mind raced, connecting ancient texts with this new revelation. Then, the Destiny Key doesn't just reseal Vorkanth. It destroys him completely, Grimlock confirmed. But Thorgan feared the consequences. The Seven Kingdoms have relied on the crown's power for a millennium. Without it, everything might collapse, she finished. Order, alliances, even the magical bindings that shape our lands. With the final fragment obtained, they faced their greatest challenge, returning to Iron Mountain, now undoubtedly Vorkanth's stronghold. They arrived to find the great dwarven kingdom transformed. Shadows writhed along the walls like living paintings. The crimson mist had permeated the very stone, turning the grand halls into blood-tinged mazes. Most disturbing of all were the inhabitants. Dwarves and visiting diplomats alike moved through the corridors with vacant expressions, their eyes filmed with swirling darkness. In the hall of echoing glory, they found both Vorkanth and the truth. The Shadow Lord had taken form by possessing King Thorgan's body. The crown now fused to his brow, but portions of the king's consciousness clearly remained, fighting for control, explaining the brief moments of lucidity that had allowed him to warn Grimlock. The Guardian and the Faithful, Vorkanth's voice echoed with dual tones, one ancient and terrible, one struggling and familiar. How appropriate that the last descendants of those who imprisoned me should witness my rebirth. Descendants? Lyria questioned, looking at Grimlock in confusion. The dwarf's eyes widened in sudden understanding. My bloodline. We were always told we descended from Thorgan's original battle brothers, but it was more than that. 7 guardians, 7 kingdoms, Vorkanth Thorgan laughed cruelly. Did you never wonder why a dwarf could read ancient elven runes? Why an elf would be drawn to dwarven battle chants? Your ancestors wove their bloodlines together, believing diversity would create strength against my return. As Vorkanth monologued, the eternal weakness of ancient evils, Laria and Grimlock silently assembled the Destiny Key, its 7 fragments connecting with soft chimes that the Shadow Lord mistook for fear. What followed was not a battle of physical might, but a contest of wills and heritage. The completed key responded to their combined blood, to the unity of purpose that had grown between them. As they raised it together, Vorkanth howled with rage and fear, sending waves of shadow to engulf them. The crown began to crack, leaking ancient darkness that threatened to consume everything. In that moment of crisis, King Thorgun's consciousness resurged one final time, fighting back the Shadow Lord long enough to speak directly to them. The crown must not be destroyed entirely, he gasped, his true voice briefly winning through. Its power, redirected, can heal what centuries of division have broken. Understanding flowed between Laria and Grimlock without words needed. The key in their hands transformed from destroyer to transformer, its light piercing the crown not to shatter, but to cleanse. Vorkanth's essence, separated from the crown's power, dissipated with a shriek that echoed across all 7 kingdoms. When silence finally returned to the Hall of Echoing Glory, King Thorgun lay before them, weakened but himself once more. The crown, now purified of Vorkanth's taint, shone with balanced light that contained neither shadow nor blinding brilliance. The crimson mist was not just prophecy, Thorgun explained later, as representatives of all 7 kingdoms gathered in wonder rather than war. It was warning and opportunity both. For too long, we have allowed ancient divisions to define us, never questioning why the crown's magic maintained borders rather than bridges. Laria and Grimlock stood side by side as the king formally recognized them as the first new crown guardians in a millennium. Not separate orders for separate peoples, but a single fellowship drawn from all bloodlines of the 7 kingdoms. The true power was never in the crown itself, Laria realized, watching as elves and dwarves cautiously but genuinely began to interact as equals in the celebration that followed. It was in what we could become when we stopped seeing our differences as weaknesses. Grimlock's laugh was warm as he raised a toast with a goblet too delicately crafted for dwarven hands. And perhaps that's why the old texts named it the Crown of the 7 Kingdoms, not 7 separate crowns, but one crown for all 7, united. Outside the mountain halls, the crimson mist dissipated with the dawn's first light, revealing a world where boundaries between realms seemed somehow less distinct than before, the first light of a new age where guardianship meant not separation, but connection. Story 5, the sword of Aurelion vanished on the night of the celestial convergence, when 3 moons aligned like silver eyes watching over the sacred chambers of Mistral. The blade, its edge honed with elven enchantments that could slice through shadow itself, its core forged with dwarven mastery that made it unbreakable, had maintained the fragile peace between the 2 ancient races for 1,000 years. By morning, as moonlight faded and blame bloomed like poison flowers, whispers of war already rustled through the crystalline spires of the elven citadels and the stone-carved depths of dwarven strongholds. Thalon stood before the conclave of elders, head unbowed despite the chains that bound his wrists. Sunlight streamed through the living branches of the judgment tree, dappling his face with shifting patterns that seemed to highlight his mixed heritage, the elegant features of his elven father softened by the sturdy resilience inherited from his dwarven mother. Once celebrated as a bridge between 2 worlds, he now found himself blamed for their potential destruction. "The evidence is irrefutable," declared Lord Aetheron, his voice as cold as winter starlight. The ancient elf gestured to the shimmering projection in the center of the chamber, a perfect recreation of the night's events captured by the memory crystals embedded in the sacred chamber's walls. The spectral image showed a hooded figure with Thaelon's distinctive gait, his unique sword dancer's sidestep unmistakable as he approached the pedestal where Aurelion had rested for centuries. "None move with your particular grace, half-blood." Thaelon flinched at the slur, but kept his gaze steady. "I was across the valley in the Forge Quarter that night, helping my father complete a commission for the Summer Guard. 100 witnesses saw me there." "Convenient witnesses," rumbled Ambassador Grimir Stoneheart, the dwarven representative whose presence at an elven trial underscored the sword's significance. "Adash, your father's kin would lie to protect their own, and those of your mother's blood might do the same out of misplaced loyalty to her memory." The mention of his mother, Diesa of the Crystal Halls, once the most revered priestess among the dwarven clans before she'd scandalized her people by falling in love with an elven bladesmith, sent a surge of anger through Thaelon's veins. She had died defending both peoples during the Shadowscale Dragon's attack 5 winters past, yet her sacrifice had not erased the stain of her betrayal. "I did not take the sword," Thaelon stated, each word deliberate as a hammer strike upon an anvil. "But I will find who did." The sentence came as no surprise: exile into the veiled lands beyond the protection of the United Kingdoms, where creatures born of primordial chaos still roamed free. Death would have been more merciful, but the elders were careful to maintain the appearance of justice. After all, they could not execute the son of a hero without ironclad proof, not when relations between elf and dwarf balanced on a blade's edge. 3 nights later, as Thaelon prepared to depart the only home he'd ever known, an unexpected visitor slipped through his window. Lyria, his father's apprentice, her silver hair gleaming in the darkness like polished mithril. "You shouldn't be here," he warned, though his heart lightened at the sight of her. "Neither should this." She extended her hand, revealing a fragment of parchment so ancient it seemed it might crumble at a whisper. "And I found it hidden in a false compartment while cleaning Master Faradel's study." Thaelon's father, consumed by grief and work since the trial, had barely spoken 3 words to his son. The discovery that he might be concealing something crucial sent ice through Thaelon's veins. The parchment contained a map, not of any known region within the United Kingdoms, but of the shadowed valleys between the Misty Mountains, a forbidden territory where neither elf nor dwarf had ventured in living memory. A single location had been marked with symbols in the ancient common tongue, the dreaming root where light and shadow first diverged. "There's more," Lyria whispered. "The Royal Forge received an order last week for repairs to Princess Brynhild's ancestral shield. I glimpsed the damage, a perfect negative impression of Aurelion's hilt. Brynhild, heir to the Irondeep Kingdom and Thaelon's bitter rival since childhood. Their public animosity was legendary, culminating in a tournament duel 3 summers past that had ended in a controversial draw, much to the princess's outrage. The implication that she might be involved in the sword's theft seemed both implausible and strangely fitting. She would never risk war, Thaelon mused, though doubt clouded his certainty. Unless she was not acting of her own volition, Lyria countered. The damage to her shield looked like a defensive wound, not an accomplice's mishap. Dawn found Thaelon not on the exile road as expected, but climbing the treacherous western slopes of the Misty Mountains. The map had revealed a hidden path, one that would lead him through dwarven territory, a death sentence if he were discovered. Yet something about the map's markings and his father's secrecy compelled him forward, drawing him like a lodestone to truth. On the 3rd day, as he navigated a narrow ridge overlooking the vast expanse of the Whispering Forest, he heard the unmistakable rhythm of dwarven battle boots on stone. Ducking behind an outcropping, He watched as a solitary figure ascended the same path he had followed, Princess Brynhild herself, her famous shield conspicuously absent, her face set in grim determination. Rather than the ornate armor she typically wore for state functions, she was clad in practical leathers, reinforced with chain links of dark mithril. Her auburn hair, usually elaborately braided with golden rings to denote her royal status, was tied in a simple knot at the nape of her neck. Most telling of all, a deep purple bruise marred her left temple, partially concealed beneath wisps of hair. Before Thalen could decide whether to confront or follow her, the mountainside betrayed him. A loose stone shifted beneath his boot, clattering down the slope like nature's warning bell. Brynhild whirled, her hand flying to the war hammer at her belt. "Show yourself, coward," she commanded, her voice echoing across the chasm. Knowing concealment was futile, Thalen emerged from his hiding place, hands raised in a gesture of peace. "I mean no harm, Princess." Recognition dawned in her eyes, followed immediately by fury. "The thief himself. Have you come to finish what you started, to ensure war between our peoples?" "I stole nothing," Thalen replied, keeping his voice level despite the accusations. "And I suspect neither did you, despite what your damaged shield might suggest." Surprise flickered across her features before suspicion reasserted itself. "Ah, how do you know about my shield?" "The same way I know you're following this map." He produced the parchment fragment. "Something deeper is at work here, something that wants us fighting amongst ourselves while a greater threat grows unchecked." For a long moment, Brynhild stared at him, calculation evident in her amber eyes. Finally, she reached into her tunic and withdrew an identical fragment of parchment, its edges perfectly matching his own when held together. "3 nights ago," she began reluctantly, "something entered my chambers despite every ward and guard. It wore your shape, but moved like liquid shadow. I fought it, managed one blow with my shield before it disarmed me. When I awoke, my shield bore the mark of Aurelion, and this map was clutched in my hand. That we're being manipulated," Thalen concluded, "both chosen as scapegoats because of who we are, symbols of the division between our peoples. Their uneasy alliance formed by necessity rather than trust. They continued along the hidden path together. Days blurred into nights as they descended into valleys where perpetual twilight reigned, where ancient trees grew in patterns that seemed almost deliberate, their roots forming archways and their branches weaving canopies that resembled the ribbed ceilings of forgotten cathedrals. On the 7th day, they reached the dreaming root. Unlike the lush forest surrounding it, this enormous tree had long since died, its massive trunk hollowed and blackened as if consumed from within by some ancient fire. Yet power still resonated from it, a thrumming energy that made the air shimmer and the ground beneath their feet vibrate with suppressed force. "The first tree," Brynhild whispered with uncharacteristic awe. "The sapling planted by both elven mystics and dwarven earth-shapers at the dawn of the Great Alliance. Its roots were said to reach the molten heart of the world, while its branches once touched the stars themselves. And now it serves as a prison," Thalen added, recognizing the runes carved into the charred bark, symbols of binding and containment that combined elven flowing script with the angular precision of dwarven stone runes. As they approached the massive opening at the tree's base, darkness within darkness shifted and coalesced. A voice, like the rustling of dead leaves in winter wind, emerged. "The half-breed and the pure-blood princess. How convenient that you would deliver yourselves to us." Shadow primordials, beings of pure darkness that had existed before light itself had taken form. The ancient texts spoke of their imprisonment at the dawn of time, bound by the combined might of the first elven and dwarven alliances. Now, tendrils of animated darkness emerged from the tree's hollow heart, each movement fluid, yet somehow wrong, as if they obeyed laws of motion from another reality entirely. "Thus, where is the sword of Aurelion?" Thalen demanded, drawing his own much humbler blade, a gift from his father forged with techniques of both peoples. Mocking laughter rippled through the shadows. "Here, of course, the key to our prison, stolen by our servants who wear your forms. Soon, the final seal will break, and eternal night will reclaim what was once ours." Within the hollow tree, suspended in a column of writhing darkness, hung the sword of Aurelion. Its legendary glow had dimmed to a faint pulse, like a heartbeat growing steadily weaker. Around it, shadow creatures bearing the distorted faces of both Thylon and Brynhild performed a slow, ritualistic dance, each movement seemingly draining more light from the blade. "No, we need to reach the sword," Brynhild muttered. "But how? Those shadows will consume us before we take 3 steps." Thalen studied the patterns of darkness, recognizing something in their movements. "They're mimicking the ritual of convergence, the ceremony performed when the sword was first forged to unite our peoples. But inverted," Brynhilde realized, "using it to sever rather than bind." A plan formed between them, born of their unique heritages. While the shadows focused on their dark ritual, Thylon began to move in the intricate steps of elven blade dancing, a fighting style that was as much art as combat. Simultaneously, Brynhilde's voice rose in the rhythmic chanting of dwarven battle hymns, each note reverberating against the hollow wood like hammer strikes upon an anvil. The shadows faltered, confused by the unexpected harmony. Light began to emanate not from the sword, but from the 2 figures approaching it, Thalon's movements leaving trails of silver radiance, while Brynhild's chants manifested as golden resonance in the air around them. "Impossible!" hissed the primordial shadow. "The bloodlines were diluted. The old magic's forgotten." "Not forgotten," Thalen corrected, his dance bringing him ever closer to the suspended sword, just waiting for those who could wield them together rather than separately. With a final flourish of movement and a crescendo of sound, they reached the center of the hollow. Brynhilde, never breaking her chant, hoisted Thalen upward with strength only a dwarf could command. His fingers closed around Aurelion's hilt, and light exploded outward. Not the gentle glow of dawn, but the searing brilliance of truth unveiled. The primordial shadows shrieked as their essence was forced back into the roots of the tree, the bindings renewed by the very unity they had sought to destroy. As the last tendril of darkness retreated, the hollow tree itself began to transform, dead wood giving way to fresh growth, charred bark falling away to reveal living tissue beneath. When they emerged, sword in hand, the forest around them had changed as well. The perpetual twilight had lifted, revealing a landscape of breathtaking beauty, a perfect blend of wild, elven groves and ordered dwarven stone gardens that had been hidden beneath shadow for generations. "The forgotten vale," Brynhilde murmured. "The legendary place where our ancestors first formed their alliance, thought lost to time." Thalen nodded, feeling the sword's renewed power humming through his veins. "Not lost. Just waiting to be rediscovered when we were ready to see beyond our differences." Together, they began the journey home, knowing that the return of both sword and truth would forever alter the fragile balance between their peoples, not by restoring what was, but by revealing what could be, a union stronger than either race alone, forged in the very crucible that had sought to destroy them both. Story 6. In the ancient land where mountains kiss the sky and forests reach toward the heavens, lay the Vale of Springs, a sacred neutral territory where the crystalline waters of the luminous river flowed from the highest peak down to the lowest valley. For millennia, This river had sustained both the high-dwelling elves of Silverleaf and the deep-dwelling dwarves of Iron Deep. Its waters blessed by the tears of the crystal dragon, a being so ancient that even the eldest elven sages spoke of it only in whispers. The elves wove songs of how the dragon's scales shimmered with every color imaginable, catching the first light of dawn and transforming it into cascades of magic that fed the land. The dwarves carved runes telling of its breath, which could turn stone to crystal and ice to flowing water. But neither race spoke of what they both secretly knew, that the crystal dragon had not been seen by mortal eyes for 1,000 years, until the waters began to fail. It started with a subtle change. The normally vibrant blue waters of the luminous river took on a glassy quality, hardening at the edges like honey left too long in winter air. Within a fortnight, entire tributaries had solidified into veins of crystal that no longer nourished the lands they once blessed. In the shadowed valleys between elven territory and dwarven holdings lived those whom both societies had cast aside, the half-breeds. Among them was Malon, with the height and grace of his elven mother, but the sturdy frame and earthen eyes of his dwarven father. His pointed ears were shorter than a pure elf's, his beard thinner than a true dwarf's. In the eyes of both peoples, he was incomplete. In his own heart, he was something else entirely. Malon had come to the banks of the luminous river as he did each dawn, to gather water for his small settlement of outcasts. His fingers brushed against water that felt more like polished stone than liquid, and he watched as droplets crystallized on his skin. "And the dragon weeps no more," came a voice like wind through ancient caverns. Malon spun, hand instinctively reaching for the dagger at his belt. A blade made of neither elven silver nor dwarven steel, but an alloy of his own creation. Before him stood no one, but the surface of the crystallizing river rippled unnaturally, forming an image of a great serpentine creature with scales that caught light that wasn't there. "Crystal Guardian," Malon whispered, lowering to one knee. "The time of division ends," the image spoke, its voice seeming to come from the water, the sky, and the earth all at once. "Somente aqueles que carregam o sangue dividido podem restaurar o que foi quebrado. Only those who carry the divided blood can restore what was broken." Then the image shattered, fragments of light scattering across the crystallizing river before fading entirely. But Malon had seen something in those fragments, a map, a destination, a purpose. By nightfall, he had gathered 4 others from the settlement. Lyria, who had her father's elven magic, but her mother's dwarven stubbornness. Torgin, whose elven agility was matched only by his dwarven strength. Elindra, whose skills with both bow and hammer made her doubly dangerous. And old Cardum, who had lived longer than any half-breed known, his mixed heritage somehow granting him an extended life, but no place in either society. "A fool's errand," Cardum muttered, his long beard braided in the dwarven style, while his hair flowed freely like an elf's. "The crystal dragon is but a legend." "Then why do you pack your traveling herbs?" Lyria asked with a knowing smile. "Your fingers remember what your mind refuses to believe." Cardum grunted, but did not cease his preparations. They departed in the quiet hours before dawn, slipping away from their hidden settlement like shadows. But shadows are never truly alone in lands watched by 2 ancient peoples. From the high forests came the whisper of elven scouts, their arrows nocked but not yet loosed. From the deep valleys echoed the heavy footfalls of dwarven trackers, their axes ready at their sides. For 7 days they journeyed, following the path Malon had glimpsed in the shattered image. They moved through forgotten paths between territories, along dried riverbeds that once flowed with the crystal dragon's tears. On the 3rd night, elven hunters caught up with them in a glade of silver-barked trees. Half-blood, spat an elven captain, his alabaster armor gleaming in the moonlight. "You trespass on sacred ground." "This was neutral territory when the river flowed," Malin replied calmly. "And we seek to restore what benefits all." "You seek to upset the natural order," the captain countered. "Your very existence is an abomination to the purity of bloodlines." It was Elindra who stepped forward, her bow drawn with elven precision. "Your purity makes you blind, cousin. Stand aside or taste an arrow that flies with elven accuracy but strikes with dwarven force." The standoff ended not with bloodshed, but with a distant rumble. The ground shook, and in the moment of distraction, Malin led his companions deeper into the wilderness. On the 5th day, it was dwarven axes they faced, a band of stone-faced warriors blocking a narrow mountain pass. "Turn back, half-breed," their leader growled, his axe hefted high. The secrets of the mountains are not for your diluted blood to discover." This time, it was Torgin who stepped forward, slamming his warhammer into the ground with such force that the stone cracked. "My blood may be mixed, stone-fist, but my resolve is whole. We pass, or we all return to the stone together." Again, conflict was averted by nature itself. A sudden avalanche of small stones drove both parties apart, allowing Mylan's group to slip away during the confusion. "The land itself aids us," Cardam observed as they made camp that night. "Perhaps the old legends are truer than even I believed." On the 7th day, they reached the highest peak of the Vale, where the luminous river was said to begin its journey. There, instead of a spring, they found a vast cavern of crystal, its entrance shaped like the maw of a dragon. "The dragon's throat," Lyria whispered with reverence. Inside, the cavern opened into a chamber so vast that clouds had formed near its ceiling. At its center stood not a dragon, but a towering crystal formation that pulsed with inner light, casting rainbow patterns across the walls. The formation was shaped like two intertwined spirals, one reaching upward like a tree, the other delving downward like a root. As they approached, the crystal began to sing, a harmony so perfect it brought tears to their eyes. The light within coalesced, taking the form of a great serpentine dragon that hovered above them, transparent yet present. The divided ones returned to the source. The apparition spoke, its voice resonating through the crystal chamber. "After 10,000 years, the cycle begins anew." "Great One," Malin called out, his voice steady despite his awe. The waters fail. "Your tears no longer flow to nourish the lands, because the time of separation has reached its end," the dragon replied. "Look upon yourselves, children of division, and see the truth." The light shifted, projecting images onto the crystal walls, images of a time long forgotten, when there was but one race, tall and strong, magical and crafty. Then came images of the crystal dragon dividing its essence, creating two peoples from one: elves, who took its affinity for light and air; dwarves, who took its connection to earth and stone. "A necessary division," the dragon explained, "for balance was needed in a world young and wild. But division was never meant to be eternal. In you 5, the rejoining has already begun." Cardam stepped forward, his ancient eyes wide with understanding. "You wish for the races to become one again, after all this time? Not by force, Old One, but by choice and time. The waters crystallize because my tears now have a new purpose, not to maintain separation, but to heal division. And you, the mixed-blooded ones, shall be my vessels." From the central crystal formation, 5 smaller crystals detached themselves, floating toward each of the half-breeds. As each crystal touched their foreheads, visions flooded their minds. Visions of a future where the boundaries between elf and dwarf blurred and eventually vanished, where a new people arose with the strengths of both and the weaknesses of neither. The path will not be easy, the dragon cautioned. Those who fear change will resist, but carry my tears to the 5 sacred springs throughout the land. Plant them there, and new waters will flow, waters that gradually heal the division in all who drink them. As they accepted this charge, a commotion echoed from the cavern entrance. Both elven archers and dwarven warriors had arrived, their ancient enmity temporarily set aside in common purpose against what they perceived as a threat to their separate existences. But as they entered the crystal chamber, the dragon's light enveloped them too. The warriors stood transfixed as the truth of their shared origin washed over them like a tide. Remember. The dragon's voice faded as its form dispersed into countless motes of light that settled on all present. You were one before you were two. And what was sundered can be healed. The crystal at the center of the chamber pulsed one final time, then burst into a fountain of living water that began to flow outward, carving new channels through the rock. In the silence that followed, an elven captain looked at his dwarven counterpart with new eyes. "So," the dwarf finally grumbled, his voice rough but lacking its former hostility, "it seems we have more in common than beards and battle lust." The elf's lips twitched in what might have been the beginning of a smile. "Indeed, though I would argue only one of us has a proper beard." Malon watched this exchange with hope kindling in his heart. The journey ahead would be long, centuries perhaps, before the ancient division was fully healed. But today, in this cavern where myth had become truth, something had changed. He closed his fingers around the crystal tear the dragon had given him, feeling its pulse match his own heartbeat. He was no longer caught between two worlds. He was the bridge between them. And as the new waters of the luminous river began to flow once more down from the mountain peak, carrying with them the promise of unity, Malon and his companions stepped forward to lead the way into a future where no child would ever again be called half of anything. For in the end, they were all whole.